Can WHO support the formation of an international network of professionals who will form the nidus of an expanding network of people involved in a specific domain, which is national health information systems development? Because the realization back then was that there was no backbone for a national health information system in many countries, and that's what's causing all of these splintered, disintegrated applications going on in many countries in Asia. And WHO said, why not? So in the December of that year, this small group of participants from Hoi An and Manila, we got approved to hold a planning meeting in Bangkok. And here we fleshed out the vision, the mission, and the strategy of what would soon become AHIN. So we have Philippines, Thailand, Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia in this meeting, and this is where we formalized what we are now calling the Asia eHealth Information Network. And the official launch was in August of 2012. I was with PhilHealth already by then, and we had about 100 participants from at least 15 countries. And this was also the time when the WHO and said, can you support us in a right shot to get this national health strategy published for our respective countries? So 1 year later, Gran Cabilesang International Development, the right shot actually happened in Manila, back to back with a technical conference on information technology for universal health coverage. And this event sort of like launched the national e-health strategy development activities in at least 12 countries in Asia. So right now, where are we? We are about 400 big membership from 24 countries. Many of them are from the ministries of health of these countries, and some from the Ministry of ICT. Because the context of the WHO ITU National eHealth Strategy Toolkit is that a partnership of the Ministry of Health and ICT would be the formula for enabling success in a national eHealth strategy program. And then they brought in academe, NGO, and private sector to bring in the multi-sectoral perspective to the activity. So how does this all relate to the internet in the Philippines? Essentially, I think the internet contributed to the splintering. Why? Because now people could actually have access to all of these software that they can download, to these networks of sub-networks of people that they can communicate with and work with. But it also helped to bring together people in understanding that in as much as we have the freedom to create our own systems, at some point we need to interconnect to each other. And the internet is the prime example of how standardization works. Now, if there were no standards, we would not be able to exchange email or send our pictures over to Facebook back and forth, And I think the lessons of the internet, that standardization is an important starting point, but at some point, splintering and disintegration can actually happen. It's a lesson for everyone, especially in the healthcare sector, that we need to constantly work at getting our systems standardized, but at the same time also encourage each one to do to perform innovations and develop new applications, develop new ways of doing things, and we need to come together and make it happen for our citizens. Uh, I think the internet, the principles behind the internet and its development and its governance actually provides a clue as to how we should move forward. So, looking at the health sector, the governance of the health sector is not yet at the same level as the internet governance. Like internet governance is very multi-sectoral, very open, participatory. But this is a good start. There's a structure. So right now, DOH and DOST, together with PhilHealth, are the governing agencies on e-health, and that's basically led by Secretary Ona, Secretary Montejo, and President Padilla of PhilHealth. And then they have a technical working group, which are their IT groups, their respective agencies, and then they are now forming two expert groups, a health data standards group, expert group, and a health data security and privacy expert group. That's on the right, and on the left, and on the right they have the broader stakeholder engagement group called the Philippine Health Information Network. This is basically just following the WHO National E-Health Strategy Toolkit of how you might want to structure the governance of e-health in your country. And this is our agenda at AHIN. It's basically to build capacity. What we all realized, starting from Hoi An to Manila to Bangkok, back to Manila, is that we really don't have capacity in terms of scaling up a national level health information system. And that's why things aren't moving, is that these are doctors on one side, engineers on the other side, nurses on the other side, all interested in using information technology for healthcare, but they don't have the chops, so to speak, to actually start something and build it up to a national scale level. So AHIN came up with a stepwise approach to building this capacity, identifying the core group of policymakers in each country and giving them the capacity to understand IT governance, enterprise architecture, program management, help desk support, systems administration, and things like that. So, how are we doing this right now? So last year, we started enterprise architecture capacity building in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. And then just this month, they had their step 2 of that training on Archimate. Today is the last day of the TOGAF training in Kuala Lumpur. We have 7 countries there, 19 people. Core groups of ministries of health in the Asian countries. This May, we'll have COVID Foundation in Manila. Ilang countries on Aliyah? About 10, 11 countries. Majority of these are Filipinos from DOST, DOH, and PhilHealth. Then we'll have another one in China in July. And then I think in the November 2014 general meeting to be hosted by ADB, we will be offering the next level COVID, which is COVID implementation or COVID assessor. So that's basically who we are and why we are supporting this conference and why we think the internet is a very important aspect of Philippine society and why the internet has and will influence Philippine healthcare in the past and in the future. We think the internet is still underutilized, very much underutilized. And our experience here is coming from our experience with CHITS, the electronic medical record we implemented in Pasay and later on in Quezon City, where we're using internet technology inside the facility, but could not get reliable enough connectivities between our facilities. So even if we are using internet technology, we still need to do a lot of work in actually interconnecting our different health information systems. So that's basically my introduction to the conference. Today we have what we call a moving program, depending on the people as they arrive. We invited luminaries who were there at the beginning, some experts in data privacy and security. We invited Dr. Nuki, who did the first telepathology consultation in the Philippines with the assistance of our medical informatics unit. Then some actual implementations from LGUs, Shine, CHITS, RCHITS, an information exchange on drug prices by WHO, and the telemedicine program, the National Telehealth Service Program. After the presentations, we also have interspersed between physical presentations here, pre-recorded presentations, and online presentations from our speakers who could not be here physically, but are willing to make their presentations. I don't know if everyone can remember where they were in 1994. Were you born already in 1994? Okay, but maybe too young to remember anything. I would not have imagined in 1994 if somebody tells me in 1994 that, in the future, you can give a presentation from your computer and it can be heard globally. And that's what we're doing right now. We're using a web conferencing platform, and we're actually projecting and broadcasting this whole conference on the internet. If somebody told me that in 1994, I will not believe him and basically tell that person, "You're kidding me. I have to take my DSLR with a 35mm film, take a picture of my Harvard graphics, the monitor, my Harvard graphics yon, kukunan ko ng litrato yon. Ektachrome slides yung 35mm na yon. Then I have to go to Taft Avenue across LaSalle to have the slides printed, wait for a day, then I get my slides, and that's technology in 1994. That's technology in 1994. How can you project your Ektachrome slides to Geneva right now? We can't. But that's what we're doing right now, and that's what the internet has made possible for us. And I'm sure everyone will have the story of how the internet changed their life. Especially for the ones that are more senior, because we actually saw the before and after of what the technology can do for us. My children, I asked my children to listen to the modem handshake, and they said, "Sakit sa tenga, Daddy, sakit sa tenga." And I told them that's music to our ears. If you hear that, that means you're connecting to the server, and that at some point you will be able to, go to Yahoo and be able to check your mail. A lot of things have changed, but our health sector has not changed a lot. A lot of the patients still don't get access to doctors. Many people still don't get access to their medicines. And we think the internet technology that we have can be used to address a lot of the problems of our countrymen when it comes to access because of the internet. And so today, we are gathering the players and the stakeholders who have used the internet in whatever form, either as local technology, intranet technology, or internet technology, to show us how they have used the internet and how they plan to use the internet. After the break and just before lunch, we'll have a panel of those who are here, basically sharing their thoughts about what their visions are for the next 20 years for the internet and the internet for healthcare. And then we'll end early with lunch. So welcome and good morning. Thank you. Applause. Hindi rinig dito sa mic. Thank you. So I'll pass the mic to Dre to introduce the next speaker.
Moving on with our program. By the way, good morning. I am Andre Coronel. I am representing Dr. Rina Estuar, who is the executive director of this Ateneo Java Wireless Center, this room that we are in. She's on her way home from a short postdoc activity from Boston. Kasi di niya maabutan, she'd be home tonight. Next in the program is Mr. Horacio Cadiz, who is going to talk about the brief history of the internet in the Philippines. Good morning, sir. Sir Bombin.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Bombim Cadiz, Horacio Cadiz of the Philippine Network Foundation. My task today is to give a brief history of the Philippine Internet. Briefly, I'll cover the before the full-time internet connection and how that developed until the present time. Next slide, please. I call this laying the foundation. Before a full-time internet connection was established in the internet, there were many what we used to call bulletin board systems, BBSs. Basically, people who were familiar with chat rooms, this is how they did it before. They would set up a software, a computer, and then they would have a BBS software attached to it, running on it. And in the early 90s, when phones were very difficult to get, they'd usually spare one phone line, put a modem on it, and get members, kindred spirits, members to dial up onto it, and then, leave messages and so on and so forth. The problem then was the dearth of having phone lines, right? So you'd only have one phone line or two phone lines. How many like homeowners would actually have more than one, right? I put it in the slide. Hello, party line, right? This was the time when party lines were still, well, let's call it in vogue, right? So there was such a dearth of phone lines that in a neighborhood, if you got a phone line, your neighbor would share that line. And when you lift the phone and the neighbor was using it, we called it a party line, right? So if you wanted to set up your own BBS, then that means you'd have a spare line. And that spare line would only be available not during work hours, you'd only have that available at night. So BBSs were known as the denizens of the dark, right? They would only be running at night because that was the time when the phone lines were available. So how was that? People would get login accounts, they would dial up to a BBS, a bulletin board system, they would leave their messages and then log out. And then once they log out, someone else would be able to use the phone line and then dial up again and then exchange those messages. So what was needed? Modem, a phone, PC. The most popular BBSs, of course, were those with more phone lines because many people could dial up simultaneously and use them. Right? Next slide. The great thing about that was it developed the culture and it developed technical savvy on people operating this. I call that laying the foundation. And now we're trying to build, the next stage was building on the foundation. There was a popular software called FidoNet, Fido being a popular name of a dog. Right? So the maker of this FidoNet software, what he tried to do was a dog, like a retriever, a dog was used to fetch and then deliver email. So the FidoNet software allowed PBSs, or people running FidoNet software, to relay messages. So people running FidoNet, people could dial up to that FidoNet node, leave their messages, leave their email, and then FidoNet would deliver it to the next FidoNet node. So it was like fetch, your primitive fetch drop email mailbox, right? So a FidoNet any person could download. Well, any person could get that software, run it on their old x86 PC, attach a modem to it, and they would be a FidoNet node. People could dial up to it, leave their email there, or fetch the email from that FidoNet node, and then that FidoNet software would deliver it to the next FidoNet node, relaying. The great thing about FidoNet was it wasn't only in the Philippines; it was international. So it was used as a great software for gatewaying. So it was a gateway to the internet. Some FidoNet nodes in the US, especially, had access to the internet. So the ideal was, if you were a FidoNet operator in the Philippines, you would look for a FidoNet node in the US so that your email could be delivered there and then gatewayed to the internet. Of course, you didn't need a full-time internet connection here. Some people were content to just have their own communities running FidoNet, just like their old BBSs. Next, please. Again, the next stage to this was we would see, what did we have? We would have dial-up systems. We would have fetch and retrieve systems, right? The next stage was a full internet connectivity. Let me just talk about the PhilNet project from which the Philippine Network Foundation started. The PhilNet project was started by the Department of Science and Technology. It traces its roots, I think, back November 1993. But let me segue a little back. 1992, there was a program called the Engineering and Science Education Program, called ESSEP. This was a World Bank funded program, and the aim was to send faculty members from member schools to do their graduate studies. Some lucky people were sent to the US, to UK, to whatever grad program would accept them, right? And some were kept in the Philippines. So my wife, for example, studied, finished her master's here in Ateneo. This World Bank funded program started in 1992. So this developed this idea that if there were lots of students, of faculty members coming from different campuses, how would they be coordinated? Or how would they share their knowledge? Next step was, if people brought in their own resources, coming from different schools, they went back to their respective schools, how would they share these resources? I remember before, when we were studying computer science, the first computer science graduates were in 1985. So Ateneo, LaSalle, and UP were the first schools who had their graduates of computer science. And the main problem there was, where do you get your teachers? There were no CS graduates in the Philippines, so who would teach computer science? So there were a few who were coming back. So how would they teach? So Ateneo, LaSalle, and UP decided that, hey, let's form a consortium. Let's help each other out. We will share teachers. We will share resources. So I had teachers coming from UPLB, Dr. Manalastas, who was then the chair of the computer science program in Ateneo, was also teaching in other programs. Okay? So we would be sharing teachers. Second was libraries. Where do we get our books? Where do we get our journals? Who pays for them? They were very expensive. We lived off, I'm not sure whether you do that now, but we lived off photocopied books. Right? Thank you to Presidential Decree of Marcos. I think that was the only presidential decree I agreed with. It allowed us to pirate books, well, quote-unquote pirate books, for limited distribution in the Philippines. But aside from that, we didn't have the latest. So our teachers who came from the US or who finished their graduate studies would bring their own textbooks, would bring their books and photocopied it for us. And that's how we gained knowledge, right? How we had our textbooks. So next step was libraries. Would there be one university who would be able to support a good library for computer science, a good library for engineering? Until now, the textbooks, quality textbooks, are very, very expensive, and I'm sure that's true for medicine as well. Because I was visiting the book fair in Mall of Asia, and these thick textbooks would cost like 6,000 pesos, 5,000 pesos, right? So could one library handle that, right? So what came from the ESSA program was the idea not only of sending our faculty members for further training, but the idea that we should be sharing resources, that we should be helping each other out, that there's not one university who would be able to corner the entire knowledge and be the university, right? There was a need to help each other out. So this was the idea, cooperation. So we had, even before ESSA, there was, as I already mentioned, there was already cooperation between the CS programs of Ateneo, UPL. The CS program of UP then was at UPLB, so, and then DLSU. The next step there is that these CS programs were already using Unix systems, Unix and operating system. So we had, well, I see Mark over there. I think there was, Mark, were you operating the Synix system of Ateneo? SEO Unix. Okay. So Ateneo was running SEO Unix. I think that was SDR, maybe SDR4. Yeah. So they were using Unix systems, so Ateneo, and then LaSalle and UP. On the Unix system, even before the internet, well, you were networked, diba? Yung Unix system using TCP/IP9, diba? No? Diba? Not just TCP/IP, but the Unix systems had the TCP/IP stack. We'll get into that later, right? But the great thing about that was that it had a program, a ubiquitous program called Unix to Unix copy, UUCP, and this was their primitive sharing, right? So what they would do is they would run UUCP on a computer, and that would be able to exchange files with another similar Unix system. So again, the seeds were you had CS programs who were cooperating with each other, and they had the know-how, and then they had the system. So Ateneo, LaSalle, and UP were already, as being part of the ESSA program, were already experimenting on a limited basis with exchanging emails among each other. Right? So they did that using UUCP. My next slide is called the PhilNet Project Phase 1. There was a visiting professor to Ateneo de Manila, and he came from the Victoria University of Technology, VUT. When he went back to Australia, he set up a dial-up node in VUT, and then he got the ball rolling there. And then because he was involved in the system in Victoria, what he did was he gatewayed the Victoria University for Ateneo, right? For Ateneo. So what Ateneo did was Ateneo would dial up to VUT, and then after dialing up, would send its email to VUT, and then VUT would gateway it to the internet, relay it to the internet. So this was Ateneo, because he was a visiting professor of Ateneo. Right? So what Ateneo did was dial up, and then drop the email, and then fetch the email. So Ateneo, in a sense, could give out unlimited email addresses for Ateneo, and then they would all send their emails, but it wouldn't be sent in real time. It would be kept in Ateneo's system, and then during some time, right, it would be forwarded. It would be stored in the system Ateneo, and then it would regularly dial up to VUT to send the email, and then fetch the email being sent to Ateneo. Right. These were IDD, international IDD calls. Right. Because Ateneo was already was already exchanging emails with LaSalle and UP, it then just became a natural progression, right? Hey, Ateneo, if you're already doing this for yourself, can you relay the email coming from UP? Since we're already exchanging emails, can you also relay the email coming from LaSalle? And Ateneo, being a good citizen, said, yes, let us do that. So Ateneo did that, right? And Arnie De Rosario, who was then the chairman of Ateneo's CS department, pretty much figured this out and said, hey, we can't actually sustain this for a long time. IDD calls are very expensive. Right? Next slide, please. So he went to the DOST, to the Philippine Council of Advanced Science and Technology Research Development, known as PCASTARD, right? Mr. Glenn Sipin, who was running, I think he was executive director of PCASTARD. Well, he was one of the officers there. I think this was under Dr. Alabastro of DOST. So Glenn Sipin was with PCASTARD, and Arnie De Rosario reached out to him and said, can you spare us some grant money to pay for the IDD calls? And sure enough, he had some spare 60,000 pesos. So 60,000 pesos was allocated to run this, right? And the idea was, this is not only Ateneo, this is Ateneo, LaSalle, and UP as part of the SF program, right? So 60,000 pesos. The initial idea was this should tide you over for the next 6 months until we can figure out how to run this thing, right? But because of the volume of email traffic coming from LaSalle, coming from UP, and coming from Ateneo, they couldn't just do a dial-up one time and then finish it in 10 minutes, right? So the calls got longer, got more frequent, and the 60,000 pesos for 6 months, 1 month gone. It was actually a good thing. What did that say? It actually said, it actually told DOST that, hey, there's actually a demand for this. This is not a far-off thing. This is not something esoteric. This is something basic. Email is basic. This is something we should support. Dial-up will no longer, it's not normal. I mean, it's not how research institutions would work. Right? So we need something better. There's a demand for the internet, and DOST convened a technical panel. This was on June 1993, on how to get a full internet connection set up for the Philippines. Questions being asked then was, can one university afford the full internet connection? If not, how can the DOST help? Now, if one university can't afford it, should DOST just fund Ateneo, fund LaSalle, fund UP? So who should be funded? And then, if not one university, can we set up a consortium? And who would handle that consortium? Who would run the system? Let me digress for a while. I was a graduate student in the US. This was, I was finishing, back 1993, we had a visit from a DOST official who was handling the SF program. In Virginia Tech, I think we had 1992, I think we had something like 6 students who were doing their grad work as part of the SF program. And the DOST officer, she, along with some DOST other officials, came to Virginia Tech to visit the SF program. And we got to talk about the internet, setting up internet in the Philippines. And the question I asked was, so where will it go? How will it be set up? And the DOST official said, you know, we're having problems. Ateneo wants it in Ateneo. LaSalle wants it in LaSalle. UP wants it in UP. DOST wants it in DOST. So where should it be placed? That was the question. Right? But to my mind, this was the old idea of having a computer center where if there was one institution, there was one organization handling everything, and handling everything, you have the power, right? But we already saw this, that what was essential is not controlling the resources. What was essential was having access to the resources. Controlling the resource and accessing the resource were two different things. So to my mind, in fact, I was thinking, if I were Ateneo, I'd want it running in the OST. As long as I've got access, it's running in the OST pays for it, fine with me, right? As long as I've got access, right? Anyway, this was the question. Where will it be placed? Who would run it? And I placed here question mark, cooperation. Would people cooperate? People would say this brought to fore the traditional rivalry between Ateneo and LaSalle, right? But not only Ateneo and LaSalle, Ateneo, LaSalle, UP, Ateneo, LaSalle, and all the other universities. So the Solomonic decision was, let's set up someone, let's get someone neutral, right? Let's get someone neutral who would convene all these schools together and run it, right? So let's not give the grant to Ateneo, not to LaSalle. So the grant was given to an entity called the Industrial Research Foundation, IRF. And what is IRF? IRF was a well-known, well, in the OST circles, a well-known NGO, right? It had already been running some programs for the DOST. IRF was composed of some notable industrialists. Mr. Meneleo Carlos was part of that. If you trace its roots, it goes back to all these people who did their chemical engineering, chemistry back in the US. These were the early waves in the 50s, 60s. They were sent to the US. They came back and came back with their degrees in chemical engineering, chemistry, and they were actually helping the OST in industrializing cocoa-based chemicals and all these things. Right? So they were already doing projects for the DOST. So I think it was easy for the DOST to use IRF as a conduit because they were at ease with IRF. IRF had already accomplished lots of things for DOST. Right? So next step was, okay, the IRF, you're neutral. We'll give you the funding. Dr. Rodolfo Villarica, who was a member of IRF, was assigned the project. He was the project manager. The OST approved a budget of 12.5 million on November 23, 1990. So IRF was neutral, but if you look back at its board, you'd see lots of Ateneans and, well, also people from UP. No, LaSallites, well. But it was neutral, right? Neutral organization. It ran everything through IRF and then convened a technical committee composed of all the member schools. Question, who should be connected to the internet? Again, natural progression. The OST was already running the SF program. So naturally, hey, SF member schools, right, would be the first schools to connect to this internet. So who were the member schools? Ateneo, DLSU, St. Louis University in Baguio, UP Diliman, UPLB, University of San Carlos in Cebu, UST, Xavier University, Ateneo de Cagayan, Cagayan de Oro, and IRF as the convener. So the idea then was, let's set up a 64 kbps link. Each of these schools would lease a line from PLDT or from a telco at the time. It wasn't known yet who the telco would be. 64 kbps link. It would be dropped in, the design was a hub and spoke. So the central hub would be in Metro Manila because of the availability of the telco facilities. And then from there, all these remote areas, Xavier University, USC, and all these schools would have their own lease line, 64 kbps, being dropped at that remote site. And then that remote site would have a full internet connectivity to the US. Expensive as they were, right? The DOST 12.5 million could only afford us a 64K link to the US through US Sprint. And PHNet was being, well, IRF, the program was being charged $10,000 a month for a 64K link in 1994. Manila to US. And then the 10 member schools packaged by PLDT was I think 130,000 pesos, 130,000 pesos a month for the local lease line going to Manila. So 64K BPS, right? That's basic rate, what they call the basic rate. Now, I think if you get an E1 going to the US, about $600 would be expensive. That's a 2 Mbps line. A 2 Mbps line now, which is be around $600. 64K, right? That's 30 or 1/30th of an E1 of a 2 Mbps link, right? Cost us then $10,000 a month, and that's how we could. That's the only link we could afford at that time. And we were consoling ourselves because we got connected earlier than China. When China first got connected, I think November '94. We got connected March '94. They also had a 64K link. When it first started. That's a qualifier. So how viable could this be? Remember, the grant was for 12.5 million. Just the equipment alone, IRF paid $70,000 for a router, paid $30,000 for the main router, which was a Cisco 7000, was placed in PLDT. That cost something like, I think, $70,000. Right? The routers, small routers, Cisco 2501s, now they're, well, end of life. But we still have them running in PHNet, by the way. But these routers were something like $10,000. So just the equipment alone cost like 5 million already, right? So we were left with something like 7 million. So how viable could this be? Right? So the idea of Dr. Villarica was the universities would be charged. Let's not touch the 12.5 million of DOST, but let's try to fund this ourselves. So the idea was the schools would pay their own link to build up the fund. So the founding members, the SF members, were paying something like 30,000 pesos a month. And then the schools could offer dial-up connectivity to other institutions. And the charge was something like 20,000 pesos a month. So a school was required, the founding members were required to set up dial-up connectivity. And this was the way to allow the internet to grow, because lease lines were expensive. So each school would have at least 4 dial-up connections and would get other institutions to dial up to it, and they would get paid 20,000 pesos a month. We had what we called preferred members, and these were commercials, and some people who actually wanted to donate to the project. So we got ADB, other institutions, and they were paying $3,000 a month. Right. So this tied us over for like 6 months. Remember, if you're running for a school, if you're running an internet for the school, what's the population now of Ateneo? Something like 8,000 siguro, 10,000, right? That time it was something like less, something like 4,000, I think, that time, right? 4,000 students with labs, right? And on a 64K connection, right? People who didn't know that. Now, people with DSLs laugh at me when I talk about this. They say, how were you able to do internet at that time? Right, on a 64K connection. My answer was very slowly. Right? So the question is viability. If we were providing service $3,000, after a while, these commercial establishments would say it's not worth it, right? And they were correct. So we were saying, hey, don't think of this as a commercial service that we're offering you cleaning service. Think of this as helping schools, developing your own expertise. And after a while, that's what they did. So after they got the hang of the system, how they would configure things out, they slowly dropped out of PHNet, right, and established their own direct connection to the internet. Is this expensive? Well, actually, yes, 30,000 pesos a month. My salary then at Xavier was something like 5,000 pesos a month. So 30,000 pesos a month in Xavier University was equivalent to 6 full-time faculty teachers, right? And I remember going back to Xavier, the question of Father Samson, who was then the president, was, Bombay, would this be worth it? 6 faculty members for an internet connection. Is that the trade-off? Moving on, we established the full internet connectivity March 1994, and we were talking to PLDT as their link providers. And the PLDT, we were paying PLDT, but PLDT itself was questioning us. Are you doing something illegal? Don't you need a franchise to be able to do this? Because you're running communications, right? You're not a telco. Hey, but they were taking our money, so they were happy with the money. But the idea was, hey, aren't you a telco? No. So how can you be running a communication system? Where's your franchise? So we were in legal limbo March 1994 to March 1995 until RA 7925 in March 1995 was passed into law. Aside from liberalizing the telephone system, this also added a new category called a value-added service provider. So Section 11, value-added service provider. There is a rider there that as long as a VAS uses a franchise telco's facilities, the VAS itself did not need a franchise. So that is how everything came to be. Right? Without this RA 7925, we wouldn't have ISPs. So who worked for RA 7925? Members of PHNet, Dr. Bill Torres, who used to be with NCC, and then some kindred spirits that do this, right? And of course the liberalizing atmosphere spirit of FBR in 1994. So all these came together to liberalize the telecommunications industry, and that's how we got this value-added service. The next stage was the commercialization of the internet. There was a rise of independent ISPs. So in 1995, we had one commercial ISP. In 1996, in our Philippine Internet Services Organization, there were more than 80 members in 1996. So this was like the lechon manok. So everyone who had spare money would establish his own ISP and then dial up service, set up people, get users, people would dial up to them, and then set up their own connectivity going to the US. So we had dial-up connections. The commercial firms would have what we call a remote access service. So these are really just banks of modems. Banks of modems, they would get users to pay for the subscription service. Users would dial up. Again, going back to the BBS days. And in fact, many came from the BBS. And then they transformed themselves and became commercial ISPs. And they needed remote access service modems, and trunk lines. I call this the Empire Strikes Back. Going back to 1996, PLDT said, let's have phone metering. Okay? And there was a backlash against it because if you had phone metering, then how would people dial up to internet service providers if they were being charged per minute? Okay? This rise to what we call the first internet activists. So we had people like Manny Amador who fought against phone metering. 1998, the telcos themselves became ISPs. Right? They said, hey, this is a new communication. This is right up our alley, communication. Not only telephones, but communication. And then the question rose, is this unfair competition? If I'm an independent ISP, I'm not a telco, where do I get my lines? Well, RA 7925 said you have to get it from a telco. But the telco is my competitor. Yeah, so they lost. Next slide, please. The ISPs could only offer dial-up. So 1998, the technology for DSL became ubiquitous. It became so cheap, right, that people wanted DSL. So dial-up, independent ISPs could only offer dial-up, 33.3 kbps through modems. Telcos could offer DSL. So there was a brief fight. The Philippine Internet Services Organization actually launched a complaint against PLDT and other telcos, saying that is DSL infrastructure or is it value-added service? So, because if DSL is infrastructure, then telcos are required to provide it to other ISPs. But if it's value-added service, it's their service. They're not required to provide it to others. So just like the ISPs could demand a phone from a telco because it's a service, it's an infrastructure, they could demand that, right? But as a service, they could not demand DSL. So the fight against the telcos was DSL, infrastructure or service. NTC never acted on this. They would listen and nod their heads and say, on one hand, it's infrastructure. On one hand, it's a service. No definitive ruling. That's how it went, right? So without DSL, if you were at home, would you use a DSL or would you use dial-up? Of course, you'd want DSL, right? So that killed the market to the house, to the homes, right? The home market, which was the mainstay of ISPs. So that killed the independent ISPs. So now this is the final phase. We have consolidation. The telcos are now the ISPs, right? They have your broadband, they have your mobile, and then they have your DSL. Right? The only competition they're facing is very small, right? Competition is from cable TVs because cable TV providers had access to the homes, right? And they also could provide internet service as on top of that as value-added service. But now it's really consolidated. So your main service providers are telcos or the cable providers. That's the brief history of the internet. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very interesting talk, Sir Bongbing. Up next, we have an online presenter. We have Dr. Carl Antonio from UP Manila to present to share his talk on health, data privacy, and security.
Dr. Carl, good morning. Nag-echo tayo. While we're waiting for Dr. Carl, he's online already. But this is a paper he submitted to IDRC on privacy and health data privacy and security. And I think this will be published in the Acta Medica Filipina. Dr. Carl, can you speak? Carl? Second machine to prepare the speakers. Kasi Ali, I think, is getting congested supporting the actual speaker and then preparing the next one. So there's a question here while we're fixing this. From Paolo, what is the plan or strategy for a stimulus to encourage providers to jump into the e-health bandwagon? There is no law yet, and if there will be lobbying, it will take a longer time than the e-health plan to be implemented. I think that question is for me. So the most recent policy statement and the nearest one to actually spur health IT adoption or e-health adoption is the PhilHealth Circular number 2 of 2014, which basically says that you must use a health facility must use the Healthcare Institution Portal or the HCI portal so that the facility will get their reimbursement from PhilHealth. So to me, singularly, that is the current policy that will spur the health facilities into adopting health IT. Why? Because if you don't get any money from PhilHealth. So the HCI portal is basically a web application. You apply for access, you fill up an online application form, an NDA form, and then it generates a certificate. They go to your facility, they look for the most accountable person. The most accountable person points to a particular computer that they will want to use for the HCI portal. The PhilHealth personnel installs the certificate, tests the connection, and that will be the portal where you can access information about the patients, like their eligibility. It's also an application where you can enter what are their diagnoses, the procedures that were performed on the patient, which are prerequisites for claims reimbursement. So from Paolo, it looks like a case wherein we are building a seat belt without a seat belt law. Well, we've had seat belts even before the seat belt law, and I think it saved lives even before there was a seat belt law. So I think also using the same analogy, a seat belt is a seat belt whether there's a law or not. It will save lives whether there's a law or not, and people will just go to will adopt the behavior because of the benefits that they will get from that particular technology, regardless of whether the law is existing or not. I think that's a good feature of technology is that it can actually stand for itself when it comes to demonstrating its own benefits. That it will not require a mandate or any law for people to adopt it. Um, I think the law is important from the regulatory perspective when people might tend to abuse the technologies. But when the technologies are existing and the benefits are very obvious, maybe the laws are not supposed to, they don't have to mandate that you should appreciate the benefits. Although it really helps a lot if there's a law securing, let's say, a reimbursement scheme based on an electronic filing of claims. Aliyah, are we ready for Dr. Carl? Wala na. So maybe we'll have Mon Doremdes first. Mon, are your slides here already? Okay lang. While we're setting up what? Yung may slides ka na ba? Or kata ba? Ano yung slides? Saka yung slides muna ni Mon. Okay, so we'll switch presenters muna and have Mr. Mon Doremdes present their project called Shine. Okay, Mon, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Ramon Doremdes Jr. I'm with Smart Communications, and also it's fully owned subsidiary called Auditor Innovations. So I'd like to thank Dr. Marcelo of the Asian eHealth Information Network and very able coordinator Aliyah. So thank you for that. So let me talk a little bit about something that a telco has initiated or largely resourced, but is working towards contributing to the overall healthcare strategy of the country. So it's called SHINE. It's an acronym for Secured Health Information Network and Exchange. So I'll quickly go through a little background and the problems that we saw in the healthcare setting, the solution as initially released, and the benefits that have been realized, as well as a glimpse company that Bombim Cadiz has generously alluded to earlier in this presentation, and which lends its name to the name of this building, PLDT. Okay, so SMART has, I would say, a significant corporate social responsibility program which is named Kabalikat, and it has 5 pillars, namely a pillar in education, one in livelihood and community building, another one in disaster preparedness and response. The 5th pillar is in the environment, and the 4th pillar is in the environment, and the 5th one is in health. So the context for SHINE as a project is that it's by now the main project in the healthcare side of the corporate social responsibility program. So SHINE's beginnings can probably be traced to a time when Secretary Ona, relatively new in his term as DOH secretary, was visited by a group of people from SMART, headed by the chief of SMART, Mr. Orlando Vea, who has very much a sense of embedding corporate social responsibility in many things that SMART would do. And he saw an opportunity to put their heads together with the DOH leadership and respond to some challenges. So Secretary Ona said, go find some problems to solve. And SMART, and they played a key role in that, went around different communities, went to, and in the context of the delivery system to the country, engaged many local governments with
conversations about what we need, what kind of consensus we have, and by the third quarter of 2011, SMART was launched the public private ICT for Health product, as well as project. And the LGUs that happen to be the partners in its initial way were the local governments of the province of Iloilo, Iloilo City, 13 municipalities in the province, as well as the leadership of the DOH, particularly in Region 6. What is SHINE? SHINE is the posted, internet accessible, response health information and referral system. It's deployable in any area where there is wireless broadband, 3G or GPRS connectivity. So we again receive the new role of connectivity. So what were the problems that were articulated by the people who spoke in contact with and one area is records systems. So again, it is a well recognized problem both by people in frontline as well as IT solution providers.
I think many of us are deeply familiar
with the overwhelming number of health records, displaced records,
often
unrecognizable records.
And also
increasingly the case when we experience natural disasters.
Sometimes
natural disasters. Records are not just them the first priority. People are sometimes medical systems in the priority. But then people realize that we lose the reference, then we lose a lot of your capacity to deliver proper care.
The other set of problems is about adherence. No? So many clinicians in the room and listening, I think, would relate to this very well. So a lot of patients who would come for services, for example, and these services have to happen over a period of time in suggested frequencies or numbers. For example, a pregnant woman in a prenatal setting, or someone recognized to have diabetes or tuberculosis. They have to have a certain degree of adherence to medication and also follow-up services. Sadly, this is often, as often witnessed, adherence suffers. People forget, people need to be prompted, people need to be coordinated. The other set of problems got to do with the fact that many primary care settings need to refer patients or cases to other kinds of facilities. So, in typical fashion, a rural health unit would refer cases or patients to district hospitals, which are typically owned by provincial governments. If these cases can't be handled well, these are typically referred to higher levels of care, tertiary care facilities, often located in cities and often owned by the Department of Health or some similar institutions like chartered hospitals or sometimes military hospitals. Of course, there are privately owned tertiary care facilities too. So in referral settings, ideally structured patient data would be shared with the facilities being required to receive the patient. As often the case, structured data doesn't get to the referred to facility, or sometimes it comes too late. So we saw that as a problem too. And the fourth set of problems is in the generation of, especially of mandated reports. Not even talking about one-time special reports, but just coping with mandated reports is a big burden for frontline healthcare workers. Numerous DOH programs need reports. Many vertical programs need reports. Very time-consuming. So, for those who are familiar with the old ways COMELEC would count votes, you put a big sheet on the wall and tabulate votes. So, similarly, you would see cases and patients and services provided tabulated on paper and summarized, sometimes willingly or unwillingly resulting in errors. You see, maybe sometimes it's being too kind, often resulting in errors. Of course, time-consuming. So up to today, many things that the DOH requires, for example, take 18 months to get to the DOH from the front line. 18 months. So certainly, you can imagine the impact on decision making. So yeah, so generating mandated reports is a fourth general area that we saw. So aside from the four areas of information management problems, we also saw technical capacity problems, especially in primary care settings. One, it's very difficult for a primary care facility, rural health unit, even a small district hospitals, to attract, much less retain, skilled IT personnel, especially those, not people who can just support PCs, but people who can support servers, who can set up, maintain, update, troubleshoot servers. So that's a constant problem. And also, you witness occasions of theft. Many rural health units, for example, are not manned at night. Barangay health stations are sometimes not manned several times a week, even during the day. So if you station computers, then you lose some of them to theft. Plus, we have natural disasters. We've seen cases of fire, certainly many cases of flood, and a little bit more recently earthquakes. So when you lose a computer that has data about patients and services, then you lose the data. So of course you cannot back up procedures. So let's talk about the solutions that we came up with. So we'd like to say, briefly explain, Shine has basically 4 R's, 4 functional areas. It's an integrated cloud-based system that doctors, nurses, midwives, in some cases, informally trained health workers, to address the needs of these healthcare workers for recording, reminding for adherence, referring patients, and also reporting, so meeting the mandated reports. Of course, the system itself has to meet the conditions, the range of healthcare conditions found in primary care settings, and the services that go with it. Just a quick view of the landing page of the Shine website. So after you log in as a user, so this is strict, of course, credentialing as to who can use Shine. If you're someone with a username and a password, then you can manage records, such as is shown in the screen. You can set up an SMS reminder. Let's say a woman comes into the health center. There's a suggested follow-up visit. Let's say 2 months from now or 1 month from now. So a message can be set up for delivery. Let's say 1 or 2 days before that follow-up date. So it can be set up today as the woman leaves the health center. You can send a referral. When a referral is sent, the receiving facility would also get an SMS notification and would then have get some basic information, but also be able to log into the site and see more details about the case or the patient, and then generate reports in formats and with data fields compliant with the requirements. So typically, a facility that uses Shine uses wireless broadband connectivity, and for some healthcare workers, they also use a mobile phone. So this is a dated kind of technology, if you will, because today very few people use G2ME phones, but Android is such ubiquitous and very affordable platform today. So we've seen that you can actually take advantage of this product or system, if you will, to deploy a system without having to worry where to find your system administrator. So because it's cloud-based, and then you could have system and data recovery even in the face of natural or man-made disasters, as has been seen in Iloilo, for example. So let me talk briefly about where it is today and also the next steps. So we said Shine was started in Iloilo. So we started sort of wave 1 facilities, 13 municipalities, 10 health centers in the city, and then district hospitals belonging, a subset of district hospitals belonging to the provincial government, a couple of tertiary referral hospitals. So today, as we speak, more trainings going on in Iloilo, and also in Cebu, growing to about 70+ facilities by Q2 2014. Some healthcare workers have gone paperless, such as in the case of the front line, the front desk area in Saraga Rural Health Unit, as well as the medical officer. So they're very proud, drum beating, saying, "Oh, they don't have to be killing a lot of trees." For SMART, part of the gratification is that there's some encouraging awards. Awards also play a role in encouraging decision makers and people that can provide resources behind projects. Awards both from the healthcare sector as well as from more the technology or telecom sector. So things like Mobile Health Innovation Award from the GSMA and Telecom Asia Awards from Desk Telecom Community Telecom Project, and the Asia Communication Awards Best Emerging Market Initiative. So these awards sort of help decision makers to appreciate, again, this particular leg of the corporate social responsibility program of SMART. As to next steps, let me just share with you. So most of us in listening to this presentation are in this room right now. It's called, part of the naming rights is it's called the Shine Laboratory in the Ateneo Java Wireless Conference Center. So this is part of the future of Shine. Shine will now take on a more community-driven development, where both public health data creators and users will be sought out and really try to be sought out for their inputs. Frontline healthcare workers, LGU officials, national government agency policymakers, and program managers. Also, program implementers, including NGOs, especially those who are more focused on the kinds of healthcare problems that are prevalent in primary care facilities such as tuberculosis, maternal and child health, and then non-communicable diseases increasingly. Of course, Shine will reach out to the software development community. Ateneo will be the core, but in the next couple of slides I'll explain a little bit more. Just to say though that SMART has a network of university partners for its many other programs, including the SWIP, Smart Wireless Engineering Program. And then there's the Smart Developers Network, which is really not university-based, more involving people who do coding for a living. So Shine, decision was made to make Shine as an open source project, to be more aligned with the spirit of the healthcare sector. And so the AGWCC Shine Lab will function as the core for the R&D, training, and teaching. So this very room, there will be an effort to really align with the DOH, DOST field health policies. A good source of guidance would be the Philippines e-health strategic framework and plan. Of course, it's still a document that's still undergoing a lot of revision. So Dennis Batangas is nodding his head. So very active discussions in the e-health.ph website, for example. So we will seek out senior level advisory, individuals to be part of an advisory body, senior level, and also engage working level collaboration, people in detailed work. And then Shine will be released as open source by Q1 2015. Both the core software, it will have a modular approach, and then we anticipate that there will be contributions of modules and plugins from the open source community, both from the core, maybe university partners, but also the Smart DevNet. So let me end there, my boring slides, but let me request Aliyah to play a 6-minute video to maybe give us in the audience as well as those not in this room a bit of a sense of the use of Shine in the context of primary care. So may I request. Or you can play. You can play YouTube. Yun na lang. You can also do that.
There are certain tenets about life that I live by. First, life is a gift, and my work is about making service feel
Thank you very much, Sir Mon. Moving on with the program. Next is Dr. Elizabeth Arceliana Nuki. She will talk about the first telepathology consultation in. Good morning, ma'am.
Hello, good morning. Ganito lang. Hello, good morning.
The Moylog Ciudad in the heart of Western Visayas.
I've been interested in telepathology for the better part of 20 years. So when I was given an opportunity by Ella Marcelo, Dr. Marcelo was a former student of mine, to reminisce and recall some of these events in the 1990s, I immediately said yes, in spite of the fact that I'm on duty and working 16 hours and going home at 1 a.m. So
a glimpse of the metropolis' long-standing legacy.
Ella was kind enough to
as the premier city.
Send me a standard outline, I guess, which helped me a lot in preparing this. And it will follow this outline, the problem. Part of that being our geography and topography. The opportunity internet,
Facing the city's remote
and easy access to it. And Dr. Paul Fontella at the AFIP at that time.
well designed.
I'll tell you a little bit about the case, the outcome, and how internet helped us, and share with you a little bit about our vision for telepathology. I guess the problem basically is is whether or not we have enough pathologists. No? The Philippine Society of Pathologists lists a roster of more than 600 consultants. Unfortunately, this is not really up to date since when I retrieved it from the PSP and started to look very closely at the Excel files. I found several of the pathologists who have passed on are still on the list. Those who are abroad are still on the list, so they're not really serving in the Philippines. And for many of the pathologists, they did not know exactly where they were in practice, if they were indeed practicing pathology. But anyway, based on the more than 600 pathologists and 100 million population, we estimate a ratio of 1 to 167,000 people, Filipinos. But of course, that's bigger, ratio is bigger, remembering that some of these pathologists are actually abroad or are no longer with us. So where are these pathologists? Majority of them are, of course, as to be expected, in the National Capital Region. Many of them trained in our pathology training programs here in the NCR and have stayed. I'm proud to say that in the University of the Philippines, Philippine General Hospital, our training program has made it a point to get trainees from all over the country and have encouraged them, in fact, and facilitated the return. So we have several graduates of our residency programs now in Mindanao, as well as the Visayas and up in northern Luzon. So there are no pathologists recorded in Muslim Mindanao. There are only 3 recorded in Mimaropa, and the 3 of them are all in Mindoro or Palawan. 2 in Palawan, 1 in Mindoro. So no pathologists to speak of in Romblon and Masbate. Although these areas are usually served by pathologists who fly and fast ferry around the region. Only 4 are in the Zamboanga region. I'll show that to you in a map. So you see here, 55% are in the NCR, and the rest are around either Metro Cebu or Metro Bacolod, Region 7, as well as Central Visayas, no? Region 7. Davao is Region 11 and has roughly 2% of pathologists. And in absolute numbers,
the seat of faith of the Archdiocese of Haro, Nuestra Señora de Candelaria.
You see that 252 actually not counting in that diagram or that map, the ones who are under this category, others, which includes unknown location of practice, pathologists who have gone on to the next world and gone on abroad. More than half are in NCR, as I mentioned. There are the next ones would be in Central Visayas and Iloilo, and then Region 3 and 4A, 3 being Tarlac, Pampanga, Bulacan, and 4A being Laguna, Batangas. So this is 4B, that's Mimaropa. So you notice again, 0 for ARMM. Although I know that one of our graduates who's now practicing in Cotabato, who is Muslim by faith, also serves this region. Did I miss a slide? Okay. In the 1990s, there were opportunities offered to us for telepathology because of the presence of Dr. Paul Fontella, who was then in charge of their pathology and remote pathology programs. So we had that linkage with the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, which is where he was working before. Actually, he's now with the National Library of Medicine, right? Hello, yes. Who's your son? Oh, that's your son. Hi, I'm sorry to miss your father. I understand he could have been here, huh? And then something came up. He was planning on being here. So, thank you. Some of this stuff I have on my slides came from Paul. And then in the University of the Philippines, we had, of course, Ellen Marcelo and several other avid medical informatics and health informatics experts networking us with internet access. So the Department of Pathology was part of that. And we had, I really like Kulog, but I realized now that everybody calls it cloud. So I guess it should have been Ulap. Ha, Eloy. Ulap. This was the AFIP network in 1997, and you will note that the University of the Philippines is here. It was one of two institutions in the Philippines who were named in this map, but I understand from questions or queries to the chairman of pathology at St. Luke's and now the chairman of St. Luke's Global that there was never any transmission or remote consultation, not online. The practice then, as it remains now, is really to send the glass slide because pathologists, after all, are more comfortable seeing the actual slide and being able to control the region or the area or the features that they themselves have chosen to base their interpretation on. So the first referral case to FIP occurred on 16 January 1997. It was a patient from PGH. Unfortunately, Paul Fontello can no longer retrieve the images that we had sent from UP PGH. So we can't tell you any more about that, other than to say that it was, this is not the actual case, but the referring diagnosis of PGH was aggressive angiomyxoma, okay, which is a soft tissue tumor. And those images were captured as static images. They were sent by the internet to AFIP by email, right? Attached to an email. And then I think within 24 hours or 48 hours, Paul Fontello had sent back the AFIP diagnosis, which is a vascular mesenchymal neoplasm. And I must tell you as a pathologist that this is and their comment was, please send glass slide. So that really highlights some of the lessons that we learned there, okay? Well, let me just show you briefly. So these are the vessels, okay? This is what we call stroma or mesenchyma, spindle cells. This is not an actual case, but an example found on the web of this lesion called aggressive angiomyxoma. So the generic label of AFIP is that it's vascular, it's mesenchymal. So the features are there, no? But there's no further definition of that generic issue. Okay, so what did we learn from this? Obviously, the quality of static images is crucial to the outcome of the consultation. No? As I recall, it was not too sharp. The resolution left much to be desired. The selection of images really should be done by an expert specialist or consultant, no? Preferably rather than a trainee or resident, because it requires an expert to choose the images to capture. It requires an expert to choose the pathology or the features which need to be relayed, you know, to be evaluated by the consultant abroad. At that time, the hardware was very expensive, costs were prohibitive, so we did not set this up in any meaningful way. We were hoping to set it up in PGH, because if you know the setup in UP Manila, The Philippine General Hospital Pathology Laboratory is about a 10-minute walk to the UP College of Medicine, which is actually facing Pedro Hill or Run Street. So it's up on the second floor for a surgical path, down across the parking lot to the back towards Pedro Hill. And then, well, we're on the ground floor. So it's rather a long walk, and you have to traverse that several times with a frozen section and so forth. So we tried to perhaps set it up just as a pilot between PGH and UP College of Medicine. But because of this, we're not able to do so. Another lesson has to do with altruism or the interest and commitment of pathologists. Because participating pathologists or institutions or agencies really have to be interested in this, have to commit to it, have to be ready to learn, the mechanics of it, the technology of it, in order to be successful.
Honor of the patient, Senor Santonino.
And now I share with you some of these articles that Paul Fontella sent, having to do with internet video conferencing or webcasting. And you know that in any situation, whether it's NCR or in Iceland or in Norway, when we sign out cases, the pathologist is really limited within a room to whatever setup there is in that room. If they have trainees, they will have a multi-header or a double header. If there's just one, it's a one-to-one consultation sign out, or as many as 10.
You see it in almost all
There is multi-header,
come up with
and it's 10 heads. And the trainees or the other consultants consider around this table and discuss the cases as they go one by one. This generally happens to be today. Someone's first thing in the morning, and they go through all the daily work done until they're finished. But what this does is it allows all the trainees and the consultants to sit in on these cases and learn from them. Place like PGH uses so well the political material. This is a really very good opportunity. Oh, best places. Maybe hungry. So, a good opportunity to learn and to become more skilled as pathologists. So it's useful for continuing medical education, for training, and also for remote learning. If you have video conferencing or the use of the internet, you can actually sit in on these sign-up sessions. And this can happen between a pathologist in the periphery and somebody in the medical center. And the remote pathologist also consult, using this case, but it requires to set up, of course. The remote pathologist has to have a similar microscope set up and internet connection which is reliable. And you can actually use this uh, and archive interesting cases on the web.
I think we established the utility of medical devices in primary care because although there's been a lot of investment in health facility enhancement, much of it has been evidence-based. As a recipient of all of these projects, usually they give you whatever they think is we hope to establish that these devices in ECG, which is not part of the component, the health facility enhancement program currently of the DOH, is an important intervention. And then we also noted that there are certain motivators for the use of technology in the, especially in the rural areas. So first, we noted there has to be a volunteer, there has to be a champion. So right now, our site recruitment really begins with either the municipal officer or the doctor or maybe the mayor or the congressman volunteering for this project. And then we also noted that, as was mentioned by Shine and the other presenters, the presence of existing IT infrastructure also affects how well the technology is incorporated into the workflow. As I said before, the goal really is to store everything in the cloud so we can update remotely, we can troubleshoot remotely. But for most of our areas, specifically because they really are geographically isolated, that's not possible. So it is our fervent hope that through our collaboration with TV Whitespace, we can provide connectivity to these areas. And of course, we also note that the support from the community and the leaders, specifically through ordinances. For example, I'd like to share my experience in my municipality. When the RxBox project came to my municipality, my mayor and I talked about how do we make this sustainable? Because we recognize that we needed an IT expert, because every morning it was chaos. If the electronic medical record system is down, the queue spills into the market area. So we needed someone who would be there at 6 a.m., open up everything, troubleshoot if there's anything to troubleshoot. So we had to find a way to fund this person because there's no IT personnel item in our RHU. So what we did is to create an ordinance creating that position and funding that position from our PhilHealth funds. So until now, that person still exists in that municipality. So that's a way of engaging leaders to make these technologies sustainable, such that even after the project ends, they're using and adopting this technology. And then another important lesson here is workflow integration. In rural health units and lying in clinic centers, the workflow is different across all of them. So the integration of the device, you really have to study how they would use and provide entry points for the device and tailor how the device works to their workflow. Because if you do it the other way around, there's going to be a So our future directions, this is an ongoing study. We aim to be in at least 100 sites by the end of this year to strengthen our collaboration with TV Whitespace and the technical support infrastructure. We're also working with interoperability of the RxBox with other EMRs. Standard creation and adoption, we're working with the regulatory authority of the FDA of the DOH, and we aim, hopefully, to be in 1,000 sites at the end of 2 years. So thank you for listening and bearing with the technical difficulties.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Win Manuel, who's going to talk about public health dashboards. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Wayne Manuel from the University of the Philippines, Manila National Telehealth Center. I will be talking about public health dashboards and how we hope that through public health dashboards, decision making will be more based on data that is real time, asterisk, and that decision makers will start to depend more on data rather than on political associations. Okay. So in 2004, when the University of the Philippines Manila came up with the SHITS, which is the Community Health Information Tracking System, which is an electronic medical record. It was just a collection system for data in the health center. A few years later, reports, well, it was already in the plans that reports will be included, but only a few years later was this realization possible. And then a few years back, in 2011, the concept of dashboards all over the world was exploding. In clinics, in hospitals, they had a dashboard. Let's define what dashboard is. A dashboard is a single place for a decision maker, maybe a hospital administrator, the city health officer, or municipal health officer, to go to and see a snapshot of the data that is available to them. Then, so in partnership with different organizations like the Quezon City, LGU, Nagota City, UNICEF, we've come up with several dashboards that enable the decision makers to see whether their health centers are providing services in specific areas. Like for example, Wednesdays are immunization days for several health centers, and they would know the volume of the number of patients that they are handling in the health centers. This wouldn't be possible with the internet, of course. The internet allowed us to have the data available on a centralized server. When SHITS was started, it was just a local area network. The internet was still not as reliable as before. In 2011, I think, Pasay started to move their SHITS to the cloud. Before that, it was all local area network. For QC and Navotas, even though internet was relatively stable by then, by 2011, they still decided that it would be safer to put all the data on, or the SHITS itself would be available on the local servers. And then the internet would just be used to provide a backup. All the data would just pass up to a central server, and then we perform an ETL, an exact transform load, exact transform load on the data, then aggregate the data so that the decision makers would just see the aggregate data based on the patient level data that's stored on the server. So these are the objectives and rationales of having a public health dashboard: to enable decision makers to use data for planning response, and to allow real-time monitoring of public health care outcomes. When I say real-time asterisk, the definition of real-time is very relative. When healthcare data don't need to be up to the minute update. Maybe in a hospital, it is when it is realistic and very necessary to have up-to-the-minute updates for healthcare data. But for primary care, most of the time it's acceptable to have 1 day, 1 week delay, especially for far-flung areas. But even with the current healthcare system, our health information system, as mentioned earlier, it was 18 months usually, which at the time that the data reaches the upper echelons. But with our public health dashboards, at most it's 1 day delay, assuming that the internet is available. This is how our dashboard currently looks like right now. The one on the left. So there are some indicators that are chosen. For now, we have 14 indicators that are focusing on maternal health care, like fully immunized children and then women with antenatal care. These indicators are based on computations provided by the NEC already. So these are based on formulas like the target should be 2.7% of the target population of the city, because the iteration before this were small numbers, so they were not in the context that would be applicable for the MHO or the CHO, city health officer or municipal health officer. Because for them, when they talk about targets, these are targets set by DOH. So if you provide them with numbers, they don't know what to do with that. Like you have 11 fully immunized children, what's that? So you have to give them the target, so percentage of the 2.5% times population, and then they will have to run after those children who are fully immunized. And then the one on the right is the charts, the early versions of the charts that were incorporated in the JIT. Yeah, it was part of the reports. Those who have used our dashboards are listed here. And towards the end of this year, we hope through the RX box that they will also use the health. We will provide them a dashboard so that if our implementations are province-wide, the province health officer, provincial health officer will be able to see aggregated data from this health centers or RHUs. One more big it was mobile-based system. So there were around more than 200 towns, which was covered in 5 regions in 11 provinces. The 80 health centers listed in 2012 were the Quezon City and Nabota's implementations, 70 plus health centers in Quezon City, and then 10 health centers in Nabota. The 9 towns for our are mostly in Mindanao. We have 2 in Sultan Kudarat, 4 in North Cotabato, 1 in Sarangani. Here are lessons of existing infrastructure is needed so that it would be a positive factor that we should use it, because for the 200 pounds that we had for 2012 Arbor Health, not a lot of them realistically speaking, because they didn't have the internet to access the dashboard. When we were reporting through SMS, they don't have the internet to actually access data. And it was not a complete data. So it's important, it's a feedback cycle. They won't use the data, it's not complete, but they don't provide complete data because yeah. And then support of community leaders. There were some towns which we considered successful because they city health officer or the municipal health officer actually had policies that encourage their health workers to do the reporting. Without the reporting, there's no health dashboard. And workflow integration. It's not yet work of the municipal health officers or the decision makers to actually go to a dashboard. Usually they react to, like, for example, measles outbreak, it was not constantly to check the indicators of health that they should be monitoring.
This is a framework we try to follow.
Yun yung first concept
Health
na
dashboard
gusto
is
niya.
not an end to
Pero nandito
itself.
pa rin namin yung backup natin na yung usual lang na
Outcomes.
two stones,
And
two stones,
one of
two
the
stones.
building blocks towards improving health outcomes is an improved health information system.
Niya friend yung concept.
A health information system that is improved is not useful if it's not used. That's
Pero
we should be strengthening the demand for the use of
kasi
data.
parang gusto mo medyo ano ang ito.
So the ones listed on the
Ito kasi hindi mo makukuha ng screenshot.
for the next steps,
Malamang gawin natin dito.
the indicators will be more standardized. And well, personally, there are some different. For example, the targets are based on populations.
Yun ang dahil sa tutulin dyan.
We should be talking about, well, there's no flaw in that, but it's one of the things that's set by the Department of Health. So some local areas have actually set their own indicators. So there should be a harmonization of these indicators. And then of course, internet connection so that they will be able to actually access the dashboards. And protocols and policies, because there are no set policies that should be done as a response to, for example, if the number of children who should be responsible for taking action. It's not really set right now, but some municipalities or cities have that in action, but it's not yet a widespread thing that policies are in place. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions. Hi, thank you. Thank you very much. Calling onto the stage now is Mr. Rich Calyao of the OST to talk about options for a Philippine National Information Exchange. Good morning, sir.
People are retweeting.
So,
Time for questions.
So, any questions? RxBox from the previous morning? Yes, ma'am. I'll just repeat your question. Just go ahead. Yes. Well, it's not yet 2015, but it looks like we're not on track. We will not achieve our MDGs. Victor Graham, how will you evaluate the RxBox in the context of the MDGs and the outcomes that you aim to achieve with its deployment?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Doc, we're still at the ongoing implementation. So we plan to do an impact analysis study of the RxBox after a year of implementation. So some of our sites will hit their first year of implementation in the third quarter of this year. So we're using a cost-utility analysis to determine if the RxBox should be a public health intervention. So that will, we hope, will be a basis for a policy that we can endorse to the Department of Health in order to accelerate our bid for the Millennium Development Goals. Of course, probably by 2015 we won't be able to hit it, but maybe 2016 or 17. I hope that answers your question.
There's now some discussions on what they call the post-2015, which is basically what happens after MDG 2015. And personally, I think e-health will have a major role in flipping the MDGs around from a population perspective to an individual risk management perspective. So rather than managing the risk of a population dying, let's say you want to lower maternal mortality to 50 over 100,000 live births, it's actually decreasing the risk of a death of a specific patient that has been captured, let's say, by an RX box. So an RX box perhaps could capture that this is a 17-year-old mother in the island of Siargao where there is no obstetrician gynecologist and there's no blood bank, and it's a 3-hour boat ride only twice a day. Then you can use the corpus of data of past 17-year-olds all around the country, of past mothers in areas where there are no blood banks within 2 hours of travel, for mothers that don't have an obstetrician gynecologist within 2 hours of travel, things like that. Put all those in an algorithm and apply it to that particular mother, and then the RX box would probably alarm and say, this mother has a risk of dying of 20%. And it exceeds the risk appetite of that particular health center who can only manage 5% risks. And therefore, the system now gets triggers an alarm in the local public health system and says, you have a mother who will probably die from this pregnancy, so you better do something about it. As opposed to just learning 7 months later that a mother died, which is basically the MDG approach where you count the number of deaths. So I think post 2015 is actually risk management and prevention. Yes, Dennis. Yeah. Well, wait. Okay. Yes. Yes. Blood. Yes. Yes. Hemorrhage. Post-delivery hemorrhage. Yes. Availability of blood. I think that's more on the dashboard rather than on the device. The device captures, these are sensors of a mother, and then the dashboard will have all the environmental factors that are risk related. So putting all of those two together, sorry, Wayne, do you want to answer that question? The question of Dr. Nuki is basically, can we see the risk of not having access to blood banks, which is a main problem in postpartum complications? Yeah. Ano, Wayne? Wala ba dun? It's not yet in the blood bank. We need to use the mic.
During our site recruitment, we ask the RHUs or the municipal health officers to answer a volunteer site data form, and in that form we are able to map the resources that are available to them. Specifically, if the hospital that they refer patients to has a blood bank, or if they have capability to do cesarean section, and what is the nearest facility that can provide all of those things. So I think we are able to kind of make them realize that these are important, but it's not, if you speak about whether it's inherent in the device, probably not yet. Yeah, not embedded.
Thank you. Dr. Dennis? Comment, and then we'll have Rich.
Yes, just comment on the point of Dr. Loken on because a lot of these projects are in the implementation stage or just starting, but we already see the value of doing evaluation or assessments of this project. Maybe another discussion could be on the methodologies on how to assess or evaluate these types of projects, because we are still parang starting in the implementation, parang just seeing the results, but we really have not seen or we have not done good or extensive evaluations of this project.
It's a good time to also start
talking about
framework. Even if you can implement the evaluation yet. It's good news for us.
But because that will be a need, no? Because all of these things are evolving and with big investments also, and the interface with other programs, as was being pointed out, needs to be identified, and probably this discussion can speed it.
Thanks, Dennis. Follow up to that, and then wala akong preference.
Sorry. I'm Dr. Portia Marcel of the National Telehealth Center. So in relation to that, in terms of the evaluation, so the telehealth and the RX box has generated a lot of interest, especially among the consortia, the research consortia. So this is where we'd like to really open up and partner up, especially in regional areas where the RX box is implemented. So we'd like them to precisely evaluate them from their own expertise and so on. So, eHealth has a lot of areas. So there's parang the government in this project is actually opening this venue up for further collaboration in various ways. In any case, when we started the RX box as well as telehealth, the National Telehealth Service Program, this has always had a structure. Anyway, Dr. Nuki, so as part of the evaluation, but definitely would welcome other collaborators to evaluate and so on. Because we're implementing it. So it's good that it emanates from us. That's why forums, we keep on presenting, and we want volunteers to do this, even if we have our own internal operational evaluation processes. So it's best also to be evaluated externally.
And you don't have to reinvent the whole wheel. No? The Safe Motherhood Project, there are lessons there. They know what are the risk factors. Yes, on very quick. But you have to use this because the online community, we have a lot of people online actually.
Yeah, just to better understand the current use of the RX box in the pregnancy. So, what are the current uses in the typical 9-month prenatal period? When is it most appropriate, or when is it most frequently used right now?
So based on the experience of our initial 21 sites, they started prenatal from the prenatal diagnosis. So you can already get some input on whether or not this patient will be high risk for delivering in via cesarean section. For example, if the blood pressure is too high, or there are 2 fetuses, so you can already detect that up until the postpartum. Postpartum, if they're twins, because sometimes if you just use your stethoscope, you don't detect 2 heartbeats. But if you use the fetal Doppler, you can. And then also, we've also seen some use prenatally in detecting fetal viability, meaning whether or not the fetus is still alive. Following, say, bleeding from the mother. And then postpartum, because up to 2 weeks after delivery, you can still see some complications like elevated blood pressure. So it's the whole spectrum, except for family planning for the preconception stage.
Okay, thank you. In the interest of time, it's 11:35 on my clock, and we have 3 presenters, so maybe 10 minutes each presenter. Then we'll open the forum. Mr. Rich Galeao from the Advanced Science Technology Institute. A big hand, please. This is a nice project. Listen to it.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here. I know my presentation is not really related to health, but really much more in the infrastructure behind the possible sharing of data. I'm a frustrated medical undergraduate. My first course was in UP Public Health, and so, but I didn't pursue that because I decided I had other interests. No, but again, this is like a refresh to me to see you all health professionals and how we're able to collaborate with you. So my talk will be about the Philippine National Information Exchange. With a government embarking on a lot of IT, ICT data sharing initiatives. There's several problems that needs to be addressed in order for that to happen. We have existing government systems that a lot of them are legacy infrastructure, which are not, when they were designed, they were not designed to interoperate amongst other infrastructures that are in place. In our country, we have a very, very low internet penetration compared to a lot of our Southeast Asian neighbors. And our government information systems do not really take advantage of that capability. In fact, we have a very slow computer usage outside of the urban centers. So there's a need to establish new connections between those existing government databases and however, that appears to be very, very time consuming and very expensive. So the project of the National Information Exchange is to provide the infrastructure, the policies, and the governance model to allow government agencies to share their data, not just among government institutions, but also with the private sector. Of course, we also need to address the security aspect of sharing data. Right now, from what I've heard so far, we use the internet mainly for email, email, and we send files or records via email as probably attachments, which is in the post 20th century world. We already need to deal with the security and privacy concerns, especially when health records are being transmitted over the network. We have to ensure that those health records aren't tampered. They're not accessible by those who are not authorized to access it. Government has a lot of registries, so having all those registries available to all the other government agencies is a very, very challenging effort, primarily because a lot of the agencies work in silos. They have their own business processes. In fact, they have their own regulations that they follow, which may or may not allow them to share data. So it sometimes there's some restriction imposed by regulation on government agencies on what kind of data they can share. In fact, NSO, for instance, as much as it wants to share data about the population in a given geographic area, they cannot easily do so because they're bound by certain laws. We recently passed the Data Privacy Act as well, which it's challenging in this environment where these concerns need to be addressed, and yet we need to share data. So we have a lot of users as well operating in these siloed infrastructures in each government institution who may not have adequate knowledge in terms of securing data, making sure that data is transmitted encrypted, or that access to the systems are enforced, the policy access to the systems are enforced. And so there are certain situations where, for instance, health is concerned and the national security is concerned, where there are very high security requirements. The existing solution now is to to have a peered infrastructure where each agency talks to the other agency that it wants to peer with in the connector systems. Unfortunately, we can only do so much of that, and at some point, that kind of model will not scale. So right now, we're at the very, very early stages of an enterprise architecture where agencies or departments implement their own sharing or integration. The National Information Exchange is not meant to be a central governmental communication hub, but rather an exchange where data can pass through securely. And so high-level requirements will be addressed, such as the exchange of highly sensitive documents, for instance, securing access to authorized personnel, the encryption, the transmission of those documents in an encrypted fashion. Also, we also need to think not just about sharing within government institutions, but we also need to think about sharing this information with other governments that we will want to interface with. So if there's a regional effort in Southeast Asia, for instance, to monitor milestones based on the Millennium Development Goals, then that would be the way to do it. So we have basic security requirements like authentication, integrity, and confidentiality that need to be enforced in such a system. So how do we scale this? And what's going to be the model? The possible solution is to implement a national middleware. That middleware would unify all government systems and all government databases, registries. It's going to be based on web services. So the communication is not going to be dependent on any particular platform or any particular protocol. It's going to make use of digital signatures. We've recently been able to implement a national public key infrastructure. And so we have the capability to sign and encrypt electronic documents. We also need to recognize that the way of doing it before, in terms of paper-based authentication, is really not going to help us moving forward. As our population increases, demand for a lot of services are going to increase as well, and sticking to the paper route will just keep us slowed down. So we need to do everything as much as we can in an automated fashion. So what we're going to want to do is to unify all the legal frameworks so that agencies and institutions that want to share data are not restricted from sharing that data. We want to also unify the security mechanisms so that everybody understands how the data is secured, how the data is supposed to be transmitted, and how the data is going to be made accessible. We also need to unify the API. So all the systems need to talk the same language. They need to be able to understand each other. They need to be interoperable. And we need to have a centralized management of the system to make it easier, to make it future-proof. So the key mechanism for this is adopting what we call a security gateway for web services. We're looking at the Philippine National Information Exchange as that gateway. So it's going to accept SOAP XML messages. Pardon me this is a little more technical. No. Essentially, SOAP XML messages are independent, platform independent formats. They're not proprietary. They're standard. They're industry standard formats that any system can use to interface with. Connections between servers and machines are going to be encrypted, and those messages are going to be digitally signed. The ownership does not move to the information exchange. If you're sharing data, if you're thinking about sharing data and you're hesitant to join such an exchange because you will lose control of their information, that's not going to be the case. You're still going to own the information. The system will just facilitate your being able to share it in a more secure way. And we're going to be using very robust, proven technology. A lot of the countries have already, a lot of countries in Europe and in Asia have implemented this. And so far, the country that has a model of this working has been using a similar system for over 10 years already. So the technology is well proven. So I'll take for example the concept of a citizens registry. So the current situation is when you go to a government agency, government is supposed to be all executive government institutions are supposed to be one company, one corporation. Unfortunately, when you go to an agency, you have to keep introducing yourself over and over again. Whereas if you go to a private company, if you introduce yourself once to a branch, you go to a different branch, they will recognize you immediately. That's not the case in government right now. Each agency, each department maintains a record of the citizens that they interface with, and that's going to be a challenge because storage-wise, they need to keep their own records. They need to maintain it. They need to secure that data. So what we're proposing is a citizens registry where that data is available to all government agencies on a per transaction basis. So the Data Privacy Act has a few restrictions on that idea, on that concept. For instance, you cannot share information about me without my consent. That's the principle of the law. So the way to do it, the right way to do it would be prior to providing the government agency that data, that government agency still needs to get your consent. No. So data is not something that's floating up there in the cloud. In terms of the Philippine government, if there's an information about you, it's not going to be somewhere there that anybody can just pick up and access. That's not going to be the case. Whoever has that data still owns that data and still needs to secure that data. And the information exchange will just facilitate a way for a government agency to ask whoever has access, whoever has that data for permission. Can I see this file about this person? I have his consent. So it's just, rather than do it physically and manually, you'll just do it electronically. Okay. Now, there's also the problem of records being redundant. They maintain a record of you here. They have the same information about you. They have your birthday. They have your address. They have your gender. So that information is kept in so many other agencies that you interface with. So as you interface with different kinds of government agencies, one of them is going to be hosting a record that is not updated. So why not just share that data with the other agencies? so that you don't have to go to each agency and update your records at each agency. There was a discussion about a reference point for such an implementation. For instance, wouldn't it be very convenient for you if you got into an accident? Somebody stole your wallet while you were lying down and you were, semi-conscious. But luckily, somebody passed by, saw you, brought you to the hospital. You didn't have your ID with you because somebody stole your wallet. You just have to say your name, and the hospital can look it up and access all your data. They can look up your address. They can confirm your address and your identity. And after confirming your identity, they can look it up in PhilHealth's database and say, "Oh, you're covered by PhilHealth. You don't have to pay for anything." Okay, that's convenient, no, to deliver a vital public service. So it's just one use case. No? There are several other use cases that, but more or less, it's going to be something like that. That it's not going to be. You don't have to bring every time you go to a government agency or try to get or avail of a public service. You don't have to bring your birth certificate or show your birth certificate all the time. You don't have to get an NBI clearance all the time. Because that record should already be accessible for all the government agencies. So what this gives us is a single view of the individual. For purposes of just referencing and integrating it in the process, it enables businesses to access public services with ease. There's an ability, for instance, for the health professionals to monitor that citizen from the day they were to the day they die, because you can always associate a record with them. Where they got care from, where they now, geographically where they now. What was the if you were a doctor and this person was traveling, for instance, how do you access his medical record? Supposing you got his consent, there's no way to do that right now. You have to call up the hospital where there's a medical record of that person, and then ask them to email or perhaps even snail mail the data record. No, so a lot of time has already passed. By the time the doctor has gotten a better picture of the health condition of the person. So that's the key advantages of having that kind of a system. So it gives us a 360-degree view of the citizen, from the day they were born to the day they die. So this is like a model of the exchange, where you have different kinds of registries, like the citizen search, which contains basic data about an individual. Business registries, land registries, and vehicle registries. You have portals where the citizens can access their own data. They can update it themselves, so they don't need to be asked the same information over and over again. You have a portal for government, for public servants, and you have a portal for business. And then different sectors and different clusters can just plug into that exchange. Okay. I don't know if it's clear. This is This effort is part of the IGov, the integrated government effort being spearheaded by the Department of Science and Technology to integrate government systems, provide a primary architecture for government. And these are the projects that are in the timeline for this year, next year, and to 2016. So as you can, I don't know if you can tell, but we have a lot of services already there, such as the government-wide mail service, the data warehousing and data analytics service. We have the government data centers, the government cloud, and the Philippine public key infrastructure. Okay. So before I end my presentation, I want to share this last slide with you. It's the Estonian National E-Health Infrastructure. They have a similar infrastructure where in this information exchange layer, that's where all the citizens, the agencies, that's where they all share the data. So they don't need to worry about is my data secure, because the system is already thought about or is already handling the authentication, the security, the encryption. So it's already taken care of that. No. So the system, the infrastructure can connect the health providers to the health consumers, the data providers to the data consumers, no? The governance institutions, no? And this is all managed through an information exchange. Great. So that's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sir Rich. Moving on with the program, we'd like to move this to expedite, no? Labas-pasok kami because the caterers are outside. But we'd like to finish the talks first, no? Thank you very much, Sir Rich. Calling up to the stage is Dr. Dennis Batangan to talk about e-health tablet and other related projects. Good morning, sir.
Salamat, no? Thank you, Andre, no? Andre is actually part of the project team, the project manager of e-health tablet, and will be graduating this Saturday to get his PhD. Congrats, Andre. Thanks to the organizers, no, the AEHN, and to, of course, AJWCC for hosting this event. So we'll just be sharing actually 3 projects, part of the series of sharing of the different projects related to e-health. So the e-health project is actually a DOST PCHRD assisted project, and as we have seen your presentation to Rich, the DOST is actually one of the agencies, of the main agencies, is sort of coordinating and leading this. So this project is actually a partnership between the School of Social Science and School of Science Engineering here in Ateneo. I come from the Institute of Philippine Culture, and si Rina Estuar, who is also the director of the JWCC, comes from the School of Science and Engineering Department of So this presentation was actually the one that was presented during the eHealth Summit. So we'll basically just describe the eHealth project, your current version, and the latest results, and its transition to the next successor project called the eHatid. No? The problems we were facing, similar to what Mon was saying, no? So LGU side, no, we started with some analysis of the situation in the LGUs. was to eliminating the redundancy at the LGU, how to design a bottom-up approach, and creating a mobile cloud-based EMR, and then how to monitor this usage across time. So essentially, the objectives were trying to address those problems. So what we did was, as a project starting last year, 2013, we consulted with the legal municipalities of the Philippines in selecting 10 LGUs who are willing to participate in the project, and we were able to get them through LFP support. We selected 2 pilot development sites, Paombong, Bulacan, and Anilao, Iloilo, where we did the rapid prototyping. So we went there constantly to be able to check on the needs and to present to them the prototypes as we were doing the design. And we did the technology adoption survey prior to the deployment, and then did the deployment in 10 sites with tablets using manuals and also doing orientations, and then do the monitoring for the use of the tablets. So this is the design methodology. So essentially, we had site visits because it was a bottom-up approach. So we had to go back and forth to these LGUs, Anilao and Paombong, to be able to validate and check whether what we're doing is something that they will be useful for them. Right? So the original design actually was for us to actually do an interface of 2 systems. So we were looking at FSHIS and SPEED, which are 2 of the deployed systems of the Department of Health. But we noted that there were big problems in doing an interface for those, and UH told us that we concentrate in actually developing the system with the LGU, and then to essentially interface that with the DOH data warehouse, which will actually be the data warehouse for all the electronic medical records that we are developing. So the design is actually we are deploying the tablets with the software developed here in Ateneo to the mayor, and to the MHO and the RHU team. Basically, the objective is to enhance the reporting and to facilitate report generation to the province level, to the region, and we were hoping them to do it for PhilHealth, but we weren't able to do that. Essentially, there is yung tablet kasi meron for LGU efficiency and transparency. So we incorporated the communication channel between the mayor and the MHO for them to be able to check the data that are coming from the MHO side, and for the mayor to give instructions as well to the because we realized and we validated the fact that with the devolved health system, the health system or the local health system is actually managed by the mayor. It is the mayor who actually makes the decision, so he has to be involved at the very outset. Even the devices that are being used actually has to be known to the mayor. Otherwise, if it's not familiar to the mayor, then it will be falling to him, and then he won't be able to support something that is not real to him. So these are the sites that we have deployed from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, because we were limited then to 10 sites. Lalo Cagayan, Paombong, Bulacan, Iloilo, Visayas, Sarita, Pampanga, Anilao, Iloilo, San Jose Antique, Alcoy, Cebu. Anilao, Iloilo, and San Jose Antique were partly affected by Yolanda, and what Mon was saying earlier, that we saw actually how their records were actually were intact, compared to the other who really experienced the difficulties in retrieving their data after the typhoon. And then in Mindanao, we have Isula, Sultan Kudarat, Molino, Zamboanga, and Papua. A lot of these mayors of these municipalities are actually the legal municipalities of the Philippines, provincial chairs. That's why they are more development oriented and actually agreed immediately to be part of the project. So this is how the health tablet looks like. So medyo malabo lang, no? But essentially we capture the data, socio-demographic data, including and then we capture also the SOA, the subjective objective assessment and plan, including the diagnostic stamps to the patient. And then there is some sort of a local dashboard, similar to what Wayne was reporting, but this one's already generated in the tablet, including the morbidity cases for that particular area. There's a map, no, that actually shows where the case consultations that we see. This is actually seen in the cloud system, no, in terms of the number of patients seen, the consultations, the diagnosis. We actually are also tracking the number of graphs that are being used or generated by the LGUs, the number of requests made by the MHO to the mayor, the number of instructions that are made by the mayor to the MHO. Actually, we see actually very low usage along this line, something that we need to follow through still with the project. We also developed an additional support to the uploading of patients by developing this application that can actually upload patients that are in Excel form, no? Because a lot of the patients in the RHUs are actually documented or stored in Excel form, so they could actually use this feature to upload the patients into the system. And there is a prototype of a dashboard, no, again, what was earlier reported, wherein we try to extract the data coming from the different LGUs and try to and show them in terms of graphs that are similar in the graphs that are shown in the tablet. So, for example, for the 10 municipalities, of course, this is still a prototype. We could actually extract filter the illness that we would want to aggregate, and then the system will actually show the municipality and the number of cases where and an attempt to actually do the FSHIS, no, reports, no, from the EMRs. So this is how the FSHRS for DOH reports looks like. So they just actually count the number of cases per some figures of the usage of statistics over time. And what we actually noted was immediately after deployment, not tataas yung utilization, but after, bababa siya. Similar patterns across the different sites that we've worked. So constant follow-up and constant work has to be done. So what we've done as well is to create a community in the eHealth PH for the eHealth tablet LGUs. So there's a particular community, the eTablet exchange, which is actually being monitored and supported through an intern here at AJWCC, so that we are able to follow through some of the initiatives that are being done. This is a sample entry into that eTablet exchange, wherein this was from a visit that we had into Malinaw, Zamboanga del Sur, and one of the PCHRD staff actually posted some of the insights during that this provides some sort of a qualitative input on the experience of eHealth tablet. So briefly, just on the eHealth PH, which is now being used also with the eHealth tablet project. This is also a PCHRD UST project started in 1998, and then that has evolved over time through This is the redesign in 2003, and this is how it looks like now. This is also a project that is being managed here at Ateneo. And siguro ano lang magpa-plug lang ako, no? The eHealth PH project will have a series of online discussions this coming months. And the first one would be Monday, no? With 2 online conferences simultaneously to be held at the eHealth PH. The first one is yung sa pagbangon kayo landa, paano babangon mga programang pangkalusugan. It's a follow-up of an online discussion in November on complex emergencies. And then another discussion on the TB program, which is a contribution to the World TB Day celebration this March. And then a discussion on Tulutugang Pangkalahatan in 2014, MCH issues on May, and Nutrition Kaunlaran in June. The eHealth PH will also host a series of online conferences as support, no, or as an input to the Global Health Research Forum 2015. So in August 2015, the Philippines will host the Global Health Research Forum with the CORED group in Geneva. But it will be done here in Manila. So just some photos on the partnership with the LGUs, specifically, the deployment visits. So just a brief, siguro last 2 or 3 slides na lang. This is actually the framework for the eHealth tablet project, and you focus real-time health data, interface systems, and visualization of the health data and the monitoring of the. So for the eHealth tablet, we focus on devolved systems using a bottom-up approach. These are the systems that were being interfaced, and then it is FSHIS ready for the morbidity profile, and then the cloud-based technology for the monitoring and then visualization of the data. The successor project actually is eHealth, which is eHealth tablet for informed decision making for LGUs. Again, focus on the dynamics of the local government units. It uses the same frame, no? The focus now is actually integration with the PhilHealth outpatient benefit package, for which we will be doing a series of initially of workshops, no? The systems analysis and design workshop with PhilHealth to be able to find the proper interface. Expansion to more municipalities and LGUs, to include the barangays, and I think the thrust now of both the DOH and DOST is to saturate provinces. No, what Bon was saying, that they sort of actually looked at the whole province of Iloilo, and then probably a big part of Cebu. Probably later, these types of discussions or conferences could actually look into local health systems, like provincial health systems evolving out of these eHealth related initiatives. Sustainability plan and eHealth portal, and we're already looking at the eHealth PH as the eHealth portal for this. So these are the members of the project team. So as you can see, this is quite a big team, basically from the AJWCC, Department of Information and Computer Science, Institute of Philippine Culture. Yan lang po. Maraming salamat. Magandang tanghali.
Maraming salamat, Dennis. The last part of this program, our 8 to 4 p.m. program, the naging 8 to lunchtime na program na lang, is may lunch. Let me announce it right now, no, na the food is prepared outside for later, pero when you get the food, you can bring it in here. For today, food is allowed in the lab. Yun. We'll call on Dr. Eloy to open the panel for Q&A and discussions. No? No?
Thank you, Jay. It won't take long. We just need to hear from the people inside the room. For what you've heard and what you predict will be forthcoming in terms of internet technology, the needs of our country in terms of healthcare integration, what do you think might be? And we're not broadcasting anymore. We're just taking a video and then we'll just post it on the internet. Because this is the problem. We only have one mic. So we're now parallel sessions. There's an online conference right now ongoing, and then we have this session. We'd like to ask the presenters and even people in the audience, what do you see in the future? You're a citizen in this country. You will have healthcare problems. What do you think?
Hello. What you're hearing in the background is Dr. Alvin Marcelo on his panel discussion. We are now splitting our session, continuing with the presentations on the projects on healthcare through the internet. Thank you so much for being with us for the last 4 to 5 hours of our meeting. What you're hearing in the background are our friends from here at the Ateneo Java Wireless Center who are now on their panel discussion. While waiting for our speakers, they are now online. They're preparing for the slides. We'll have Ms. Christine Ceblano talking on the Philippine medical 5 minutes. Let me check on that. 5 minutes. And that platform is used for working on the price of medicines across Asia. And we'll also have Attorney Sam Matunog on SEGHIS. So I think Tintin is ready. Can I hear your chat on the box? Yes, this is, yes, thank you, Raymond. This is until 4 p.m. Philippine time. Can I hear if our friends are still active on this meeting room? Could you chat if you could hear me clearly? Hello? Thank you so much, Tintin. I think Tintin is ready. Okay. How do you find the background audio? They're now doing their panel discussion. All right. I think we're ready with the presentation of Tintin, and Tintin is online. By the way, Tintin is one of the software developers at the National Telehealth Center, University of the Philippines, Manila, who is now working on the price information medicine exchange. And we are very happy that she is with us today to share her slides and what has happened, working on making prices available for other countries so that these prices would influence on how these medicines are being available to their country. So just a short introduction. I hope I can get this right now. The Price Information Exchange for Medicines project is a website to provide comparative information on procurement prices for selected medicines across the Western Pacific region. This aims to make prices available to countries to influence actions to make medicines more affordable and in negotiating with suppliers. Here now is Ms. Christine Ceblano, as I've said earlier, to be our presenter on this topic. Tintin, I'm now making you the presenter of this meeting. Hi, Tin. Could you try to...
Hi, Ali. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you so much. You are so loud and so...
Okay.
I've been working for this presentation for the last time. Could you try to open your desktop, show your slides? I know you're so much prepared for this presentation.
Really?
We have...
Okay.
So, you can share your desktop? Yeah, I already shared. Oh, wait. But I think your screen is arriving. Okay, it's okay now. We can see it by now. There you go. Your screen is arriving. Okay. So,
Okay.
can you see now my full presentation?
Yes, very clear. Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
So, good afternoon to all of you. I'm Christine A. Sablano from the National Telehealth Center. And I'm here to discuss about this initiative. As according to Ali, it's about medicines. So, before the previous discussion, we talk about the information exchange and the concerns is on privacy, but it's the opposite for PIMEDs because what we want here is for the transparency of the medicine prices to the different countries across the Western Pacific region. So now, again, I'm Christine Sablano. I'm the project manager of PIMEDs, and this project actually, of course, would like to acknowledge the WHO WIPRO, the EMT, Essential Medicines and Health Technologies. So this PIMEDs, I want to show, actually, this is what I want to share. What exactly is PIMEDs? Why do we need to know this information system? When some sort of history, who are the users who may benefit for this price information exchange on medicine, and how can it help, especially because the topic is this HealthNet 2020, and of course this I'd like to share how the internet share its role in making this PIMEDs successful, or at least was able to be made. So let's see. PIMEDs, as you can see, inspired by the internet stuff, it's like a Facebook. So you see the profile of PIMEDs, the price information exchange for medicines. I'd like to show the about. So PIMEDs is a web-based system that is responsible for management of the procurement prices of medicines across the countries in Western Pacific region, and it is interested in improving access to essential medicines. Particularly, there's a strategy from the WHO called the Regional Strategy for Improving Access to Essential Medicines in Western Pacific region way back in 2005 to 2010. That is actually the reason for the initiative of this PIMEDs. So we know what the overview or what exactly PIMEDs is. It's more on procurement price. But why? Why do we want to know, or why do we want to visit this PIMEDs? Let's see. Just like Facebook, PIMEDs is interested in several health issues, and as you can see, it is also it intends to know do some objectives or goals, particularly for improving access to essential medicines. So it likes essential medicines, it likes public health issues, and for those who didn't know what essential medicine is, they are the chosen or selected drugs that have been proven with evidence-based efficacy, and it's cost-effective because it doesn't actually prefer the brand names or stuff, but it focuses on exact generic names or the actual medicine component that is proven for prioritized for public healthcare needs, especially for individual and even in the community. Did you know that 1/3 of the world's population have no regular access to essential medicines? And in fact, up to 90% of the medicines were actually bought out of our own pockets. So it's especially in low and middle income countries like in the Philippines. So the World Health Organization actually is really interested in this kind of project. Of course, we acknowledge here that price is definitely a barrier why people have no access to essential medicines. Remember, it's 1/3 of the population and then of the world. And then, just like what Ali mentioned, by knowing what is the prices, actual procurement prices,
in different countries, then we will be able to influence those in the policy making level or those regulating agencies to take the right measures or policies or some sort of actions so that the people may benefit in a reduced price, in affordable price that is that they can actually be able to access these medicines. And because we want to know what the price is, so not only in our country but in different parts of the world, particularly in the Western Pacific region because it's a project for the WIPRO, then we want to share the knowledge bases of these different countries. What is the price of this medicine, of this essential medicine? And then by knowing each of their countries' prices, then we would know, at least we will have the idea what is actually the fair prices. Are we really paying much for actually really cheap medicine? So this is the ultimate goal of PIMED. So people, especially the public, have higher access to essential medicines. So now we want to know that we'd like to share with you the history of PIMED. Just like on Facebook, there's the timeline. So in 2009, it started as a pilot, wherein it was conceptualized by the EMT, the Essential Medicines and Health Technologies Unit of the WHO WIPRO, and in collaboration with the UP Manila National Telehealth Center to make this kind of system. It started with actually just very few medicines, and even though it's done in 2 phases before, there are only 40 selected medicines, but at least there are 11 participating countries. Imagine there are 11 who were able to voluntarily express their desire to join this knowledge-based sharing of their medicine prices, because actually they have no compensation in or any financial benefits from this study or from this project. But because of their interest to make these medicine prices known to the public, then they were able to join. And the enhancement, remember it's in the previous history. I mean, it's in 2009 and 2010, but now it's already 2014. And I'd like to share with you the current updates in PIMED, because before it's just a pilot study. And in 2013, there is the express desire to include now all of the medicines, essential medicines from the WHO list in 2013. So from the 40 selected medicines before, in the previous system, now it's able to capture 700 plus medicines. And before, if there are only 11 participating countries to join, of course, these PIMED's knowledge sharing for the medicine prices, now we would like to increase the scope, or increase the participation level. Probably there are actually 37 countries in the WIPRO in the Western Pacific region, but through the additional enhanced process of this new redesigned system from the previous email-based data submission, now they could just easily upload the medicine prices online. And then, of course, there's a validation that's being done by the WHO. So the good thing about this PIMED is that you just don't get any actual raw data from, of course, they are country representative. They are very ideal they're selected by the WHO. But at the same time, even though they submitted the value or the prices, there is the data cleaning and data validation to ensure that what they actually did or they shared, contributed, is actually valid or right. So I'll show you. Yeah, so this is the official website of the PIMED, the www.pimeds.com, and this is the previous design. But it would be updated hopefully within this 2014, with the upcoming engagement of the country focal points. I actually just had a meeting with the head of the EMT, Dr. Clarity Soki, and we're planning to start hopefully within few months to start engaging those country focal points. And of course, we would like to target more than the previous, which is 11, and even better, we could get those 37. But from the previous design, now it was somehow enhanced, maybe. So, but it's still in the demo site. We didn't put it yet in the final official website unless we'll be able to gather the data for those 700 plus medicines. So these are the new features of the new PyMeds. If you want to actually try it, it can be it's free. You can just sign up, and again, we would like to emphasize the transparency for the price and affordability of this essential medicine. So you could try it utilile.com/PyMeds3. The features, of course, you could view essential medicines, compare them. There is the data visualization graphs. You could know the manufacturers of those essential medicines listed by the country representatives, for example, in the Philippines or even in other countries. So at least you could get an idea. And customized search, if you want to search for certain drugs, certain years, certain countries, then it's there. And then data input, of course, from the country representative selected by WHO. There's the added currency converter. If you'd like to check the dollars into euros or whatever pesos, then file, upload, download, content management, announcement, stuff. Another good thing here is that there's an illustrated guide for user and administrator. So for those who would like to know the exact, to easily know the features inside with screenshots and the actual step-by-step, it's embedded within the website. So you don't, you'll be easily guided. It's very spoon-feeding. So that's the update for the timeline of PyMeds. Now we go to who are the users and what the features that they can use in this system. So of course, you log into the website. You can check the different medicine prices and even additional medicine, other related information for that medicine. You could compare them. You could know the manufacturer procurement prices. There's the auto suggest, so you could just type 2 letters or 1 letter, and then there would be a selection. So in case of some misspelling, then you can easily check your right generic name. Remember, the medicine here, we would like to focus on the generic, not the branded name. And then, of course, you'd like to convert into currency, then it's available. Depending on the date, then you can see it there. Medicine prices, of course, you could customize search. Aside from the table, there's also the graph. You could arrange it by alphabetical of countries or even the price. As you can see here that there's a wide discrepancy of the prices among different countries pertaining to only a single drug. So given that fact that there's a wide discrepancy, why can't we make for those with expensive, see here, the Philippines has a high cost of medicine. So if we have that very high cost for that drug, atenolol, for hypertension, then why not we can reduce the price if it's okay with other countries. If they can make it as low as this price, and then so it's more influencing the policymaker. And hopefully through this, if we could actually spread the good news to other people that there's this price, then maybe the pharmaceutical companies and stuff can make decisions that would benefit the public. And since this event is for the internet, then in the anniversary of internet, then I'd like, of course, to thank this making available, because PyMeds is definitely very much relying on the internet. Without the internet, we cannot store the data. We cannot get those information from different countries. And that even in the email announcements and other activity in the PyMeds, even the forums, messaging, then all of them are very much in depth to the internet. So just to show you, you no longer have to know this, but there are different stakeholders in PyMeds. You could be, of course, you could be a country representative if you are selected for your country, and you could be in the academe. You're interested as a producer of the drugs. You're in the pharmaceutical company. You're a distributor seller. You're a consumer, not only for individual but also for health facilities, especially since this is more on the procurement prices. And definitely, we'd like to engage those in the policymaker to know these things that's happening, that the prices should be well regulated to actually be of good for the welfare, of course, of the people, the Filipino people, and even in other countries. So there's a need to really make use of the social networking sites or social promotional activities for this PyMeds. So the last part is the events, just like in Facebook. So for the last part, I'd like to share with you that what we're trying to do or we'd like to do in PyMeds is, of course, to increase the engagement of the country representatives. As you can see here, there are 37 countries like American Samoa, Brunei, Philippines, Japan, whatever, Australia, and other Western Pacific region countries. So we'd like to get all the data from them, the medicine, and to be able to do that, because we have the lessons from previous phases from the pilot studies that it isn't even half of the 37, it's just 11. So what we'd like to do is to train them and actually be in touch with them through interactive, of course, through the internet. So we'd like to maximize the experience of reaching out to them through this medium, and then of course guide them in the input. First, of course, in the demo site before we could proceed to the actual official website. And of course, once we're done with the engagement of country representatives and done with the input, it will actually be happening in few months now. So let's pray for it. And then, of course, publishing of updated data and changes of the official website. So we'd inform you, hopefully, about once this data is available. Again, hopefully within this year. And of course, what we'd like to request from you is that since you know this information exchange and we'd like to help our Filipinos and other people especially for their healthcare, especially so if you want, you can share it to your friends through social networking sites, email, or other ways. So that's it. So it's very important for us that there's this internet, and for me, and for all of us, of course, it serves an important role and a catalyst to make all these e-health initiatives and innovations happen. So thanks to all of you. These are of course, the countries. Thank you and happy Internet anniversary. Yeah. Thank you. Hello.
Hello, I'm online again. Thank you so much, Pimpin. That was a beautiful presentation, seeing the interface and the planned activities and some planned interventions on making prices of medicines available across Western Pacific. But Tin, is this only for the Western Pacific region, for the 37 countries, or are this also applicable or useful for other countries in the Eastern Mediterranean and other countries?
Actually, of course, this is an e-health initiative, and it should not be limited to just a region, just a country. It's for the whole world. And in fact, the previous PyMeds, there are different users outside the Western Pacific region. There are from USA, from Norway, and even other countries. So they are definitely interested in this PyMed. So let's see how it can expand and yeah, and coordinate with them.
Wow, that's useful. But Tin, can while I am shifting my laptop to another presentation recorded by Dr. Iris, could you tell us more on how they could reach you for questions and other concerns regarding PyMeds if they want also to explore for a research project on PyMeds? Go ahead, Tin.
Yeah. You could actually contact me through my email address. It's hakuna21@gmail.com. And even in when you go to the PyMeds website, there is there's an contact us, EMT, wait, I'll check, plus PyMeds 3. Yeah. I think it's EMT at WHO. Maybe you could just go, yeah, I'll show it here. There's still time. Contact us. You could email EMT at WHO at wpro.who.in.
That EMT.who
at wpro.who.in. Or email me hakuna21 at telehealth.ph or hakuna21@gmail.com.
Okay, thank you so much, Tin, for being with us this afternoon. It's lunchtime, and I hope you have a great day. Thanks, Tin.
Thank you very much, Ali, and thank you to everyone who are doing this. Thank you. God bless.
Okay. Thank you so much, Tin Ceblano. We now move on to more presentations for this afternoon. We go on to the implementations of some initiatives that are pioneered by doctors in social media. So I'm now bringing you in a presentation from Dr. Iris. Let me read about the hashtag HealthXPH.
Tapos na.
Tintin, would you like to mute your microphone? I think I have to control it. Okay.
Thank you.
Mute your microphone. Okay. Okay, I'll fix that for a while. Hello, and I'm back. So you might hear Tin speaking in Filipino for those who are from Sri Lanka. Sorry about that. So anyway, we'll move on to the presentation of hashtag HealthXPH. So hashtag HealthXPH is the brainchild of 4 Filipino physicians on social media: Dr. Gia Sison, Dr. Iris TL Isitan, Dr. Remo Aguilar, and Dr. Narciso Tapia. Actually, Dr. Narciso is on board this morning. So our knowledge, HealthPX is the only health hashtag and tweet chat coming from the Philippines that is registered on Simplur. The HealthXPH tweet chat is held weekly on Saturdays 10 a.m. followed by a Google Hangout on air at 11 a.m. And before each tweet chat, a post listing the topics and questions for discussion is published on www.healthxph.net to guide the dialogue on Twitter and Google Hangout. Dr. Remo Aguilar summarized it well with the inaugural blog post what hashtag HealthXPH is: a collaborative effort by healthcare stakeholders such as healthcare professionals, healthcare institutions, academe, patients, policymakers to discuss and use emerging technologies in social media and healthcare to positively impact the Philippine health landscape. The following statements embody HealthXPH. First and foremost, it will discuss use and continually push the boundaries of social media and other emerging technologies in healthcare to impact the Philippine health landscape. It aims to educate all the healthcare stakeholders. It encourages collaboration and application of emerging technologies to improve delivery of healthcare, and it is open and free to all stakeholders. In this hashtag HealthXPH, social media is seen as to impact Philippine healthcare. It also aims to is making it easier for patients to access their health care professionals, institutions, and policymakers. HealthXPH will give also insights on how to effectively manage this surge. So more information about HealthXPH tweet chat is that, is there a value in using social media for healthcare? That's one of the topics being conducted every Saturdays on HealthXPH, and it uses and the use of SMS between healthcare providers and patients, use of email between healthcare providers and patients, using social media for health advocacy, social media and medical professionalism, social media and patients, a manifesto, and online bashing. What would you do as a healthcare professional? So these are the topics being discussed on the hashtag HealthXPH tweet chats and on Google Hangout. I am now inviting you everyone to tune in with your screen right now so that you'll be able to view the presentation recorded by Dr. Iris Isipan. Give me around 5 seconds and I'll fix the presentation of Dr. Iris. And I'm back. Thank you so much for bearing with the shifting of slides and shifting of our applications. And I do hope that you are able to make the most of this afternoon for our presentation. So let me share one of the slides of Dr. Iris Tan, and I hope it's streaming now.
Hi, I'm Narciso Tapia.
From back in your good graces again. Remember when you told me that I was true? So you made the best and you never did. One day I'll forget.
Okay. So that's the presentation of Dr. Iris Tan for the www.facebook.com endocrine witch. So I hope that you could follow that page and make the most of the health messages that are now posted on that website. So I'm now moving on to the next presentation from Dr. Rick Ramos. And as you know, local government units are expanding their services to more and more communities through multi-sectoral support and collaboration. And to discuss more about this is a recorded presentation of Dr. Rick Ramos on LGU's Go Mobile for Health. So Dr. Rick Ramos is one of those who partnered with WA on their Wireless Access for Health project, and the presentation is on learnings and experiences in implementing an LGU-led health information system initiative. Please welcome Dr. Rick Ramos.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rick Ramos and Mr. Alison Perez. Unless there are any more questions, we will proceed. We have a special guest over here, who is the president of the Internet Society chapter of the Philippine chapter, and he was gracious enough to come over and grace our occasion. We're recording this, so we're recording this. So Mr. Petro is president of the Internet Society chapter of the Philippines, and we'll ask Win first to say something about
What is ISOCTH? Well, the Philippine chapter of the Internet Society is only one of over 100 now chapters worldwide. The Internet Society itself comprises actually, there are several groups under the Internet Society umbrella. One of them you might be familiar with is the Internet Engineering Task Force, the IETF, which researches and proposes standards for the Internet, has done so ever since the very beginning. Now, the local chapters are a different thing altogether. We will probably not focus on technical standards. The local chapters will focus more on the policy and developments within the local communities of the countries.
So every country has an Internet Society?
Nearly every country, I think last count was something like 150 ISOC chapters worldwide.
So what do you do as an Internet Society chapter?
Well, the three fields or domains of any Internet Society chapter are technology, policy, and development. Some chapters will focus more on technology. They will do trainings for IPv6. They will advocate, for example, Internet exchanges. The Philippine chapter has done that, but we are probably more focused on policy. We engage with both civil society as well as government agencies on policy issues.
Okay, thanks, Rick. So this event is actually part of the 20th anniversary of the Internet in the Philippines, specifically for the health sector. And this morning, and up to the time that we came to this point, we will be presenting different projects on healthcare that run on the Internet, from the very first telepathology console to the most recent RxBox and mobile phone-based applications. From your perspective, you're not a medical person, you're not in the healthcare profession. What will be the role of the Internet for healthcare in the future, or what can happen to healthcare on the Internet in the future?
Doc Alvin, I think anything can happen. There are numerous applications that now run over the Internet. Most of these we would not have imagined 20, even 10 years, or even 5 years ago. The critical point here to remember is that the Internet is not something that is invented on demand. It's very distributed. We have what is known as permissionless innovation. Anyone can contribute any sort of technical improvement to the Internet. This is the reason why the Internet evolves very quickly. And this is the reason why you have, for example, your new medical applications emerging practically every year, moment by moment almost. So the important thing to remember is that distributed, consensual, that is to say voluntary, and distributed development or evolution drives the innovation of the Internet. The reason that, for example, the Philippine chapter of the Internet Society focuses on this is because some people may be saying, oh, we have to regulate this or we have to guide the development. Now, if you say regulation or guiding the development, what you're actually saying is you exclude some ideas and you will promote others, which instead of driving innovation will tend actually to restrict it. So the best way actually to make sure that we have even better applications and a better Internet tomorrow is to help ensure also that we have an open and permissionless Internet.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we'd like to thank Mr. Winthrop Yu for his contribution as we say goodbye to Mr. Bombing Cadiz. And we ask everyone to take a moment of silence and appreciate the internet that they are now experiencing on March 29, 2014, which will be the 20th anniversary of the internet. Final words.
So, despite the headlines you will hear, for example, now about NSA spying, these are all concerns for every netizen, including the Internet Society. And we are moving for more open internet and less restrictions, less regulations, less surveillance, not just by the one government, but by all governments. So there will be a very big meeting in April, that's next month, a few weeks, in Sao Paulo, Brazil, between representatives of various stakeholder groups. That means not only governments, not only the technical community, but also civil society and other concerned sectors.
Okay, and with that, we'd like to thank you for chiming in, and we look forward to another 20 years of the internet in healthcare. This is Dr. Adin Marcelo from the Asia eHealth Information Network signing off. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.